Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's own show. Before we get started, we're going to play the greatest song in the land. So, if everybody would stand up and remove cover for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All righty. Welcome to today's show. This morning, we will get started with our composite key heifers. Our judge for today is Dr. John DeClerc. He is a technical consultant for Purina Animal Nutrition and resides in College Station, Texas. He grew up on a cattle operation in Illinois and attended Texas A&M for his bachelor's degree and completed his graduate education at Texas Tech University. Prior to Purina, John was the judging coach at Iowa State and Texas Tech Universities and is the first individual in history to judge on a national champion livestock judging team at all three levels of competition, 4-H, junior college, and senior college, and to also coach a national champion livestock judging team at the university level. Let's give John a big round of applause and thank him for coming to the show. So now entering the ring is Class 2 composite keys. Class 1 was a single entry, so that went to Kennedy Kaufman. In Class 2 exhibiting, we have Mason Smoot, Savannah Brumbelow, Rayleigh Hackey, and Kennedy Kuykendall. These heifers range in age from August to October 2021. As we get started with our show today, we would like to thank a few of our generous sponsors. Events like this wouldn't be possible without them. So if you see any of these sponsors around, be sure to tell them thank you and that we appreciate all of their support. So thank you to the Travis Kaufman family, Quality Implements, McCullum Cattle, Richland Farms South, Hydrastat, Hawes Cattle Company, Foster Brothers Farms, Triple S Construction, Kuykendall Cattle, Kenco Miniature Herefords, Athens Tractor Equipment, Scott's Crossing Farm Store, 212 Livestock Products, JS Dozer Service, Schrick Land and Cattle, Glenrose Family, Tracer Mineral, Boyce Brothers, J&L Paving LLC, MS Cattle Company, H4 Show Cattle, West Hardy Foundation, 7X Cattle, Clark Cattle Company, Sullivan Show Supply, Buck Cattle Company, Joey and Brenda Fambro, Cromwell Cattle Company, Swope Land and Cattle, Jerry Harrell Family, Rimple Show Cattle, Tony and Brandy Jeffs, BGR Livestock, Dee Dee and Jessica Wright, Jason and Kristen Searles, the Barton Family, Chick-fil-A Waxahachie, Cats Construction, Shag Secrets, Jackson Cattle Company, Dust to Diamonds, Los Primos Glenrose, NRS, the Rapp Family, the Ken Savell Family, Earthscapes of Texas, and the Soapcheck Family and 7X Cattle. Let's give them all a round of applause. Also, for those of you that are in attendance, if you have some family members or friends back home that would like to watch the show, it is being live streamed on Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing, and you can find them on their Facebook page.
Well, good morning, folks. Got a great set of cattle to get started with, and I think I'm looking forward to just a really exciting set of females in this particular class. I was really torn on the cattle up top. I certainly entertained going either way. It's hard to get past the striking image of the baldy heifer here from the profile. I think she's one that's really elegant in terms of her, just the shape to the top side of her neck. I know she may look just a little small in the context of this class, but I actually think she's more realistic in terms of just where her frame score is for kind of a fall calf at this stage of the game. I like the levelness she's got out of her hip, got a nice sweep to her bottom line there. Still think we get behind the cattle. There's enough pin width, and I appreciate that she's pretty long and smooth in her muscle pattern. Now, reading just her up front, I don't know if she has much gas left in the tank in terms of continuation, and I'd still like to just amp her up just a shade in terms of bone size. But boy, that's a really striking female to get started with here. The female I'd probably like to take home and make a brood cow out of is the heifer in second. She comes to us today accompanied with more performance, and I think part of this is accomplished by the fact that she's got more arc and spring to the shape to her rib cage. She's got more dimension when we get behind the cattle. She's considerably bigger footed at the ground. Now, I still wish we could see her land maybe just a little bit more coordinated as she tracks away from hock to ground. Maybe reads a little big for my taste at this stage of the game. Close decision between third and fourth. Heifer that ends up in third certainly represents a lot of power, a lot of dimension. Think a female that's big and broad out of her pin set, got quite a bit of muscle. Maybe like to see her more ladylike in the stretch and lay to her muscle system. I read her to round up at the edge of her shoulder blade and read just a little bit more tubular in terms of her bottom line. We close the class with a heifer that certainly accomplished an impressive weight per day of age for this stage of the game. She's long-bodied, but still pulls together a strong top line. I think she reads really clean in her lines as well. Maybe could provide her with more depth of body to help offset the fact she's got a little bit more chest up front. Reads just a little rounder in terms of her muscle design.
Placings in Class 2 Composite Key Heifers. First place went to Rayleigh Hackey. Second place to Kennedy Kuykendall. Third place to Mason Smoot. And fourth to Savannah Brumbelow. Entering the ring now is Class 3. These are heifers born March through June of 2021. We have Hayden Macklin, Avery Fincher, and Cooper Caulfield. And also Reed Stringer.
Another really great class of cattle out here. I think it's certainly characterized this as a challenging decision up top. Both those females, I think, have just got a very bright future in terms of what they can accomplish, not only in the show ring, but more importantly, from a brood cow perspective. I landed on the heifer that I think just reads a little cleaner in terms of her line. She's a little tidier down there through her chest. Obviously, she reads sleeker in terms of her throat latch and neckline up there, and still a female that's very progressive in the sweep that she portrays to the bottom side of her rib design there. Heifer that stretches her muscle system onto her skeleton in a very long and feminine-like fashion. I would like to see her maybe just a little bit stouter in the feature to her jaw and maybe just a little bit more dense and durable in terms of her foot shape. But boy, that heifer still gets out and goes awfully well. Young man's done a nice job of managing that heifer condition-wise. Boy, there's a powerful brood cow prospect that comes in second. This female has more just outer turn and a robust just expansion to the base of her forearm, and that trend continues from there back. Boy, she's really platforms a lot of width over the top side of her skeleton there. And I like the fact that she's just bigger footed and more durable. And boy, she really sets and plants that hind leg with authority when she gets out here on the go. Now on the go at the same time, she maybe falls out of balance just a little bit as her chest naturally will sink out of her. She'll maybe start to pigeon toe just a little bit up front. I don't think she's quite as feminine, but that kind of comes with the territory of all the power that she portrays from their back. Excellent female to stand in second. I'd characterize the young man's heifer in third as just a very practical, low maintenance female here. This is the type of cattle that I like because the edge of her shoulder blade blends so seamlessly back into her forerib. She's extremely deep and soft bodied. I like just how easy keeping and sound structured she is. She's probably just not quite the show heifer of that top pair, buddy. I think she's maybe a little bit plainer up there through her throat latch, maybe not quite as powered up as heifer that goes in second, but that's a whale of a replacement female that I think is going to be even better kicked out on grass and in her work and close. Heifer that closes this particular class probably caters a little bit more to the club calf side of things. I make that assessment based on the fact that she's so broad in her pin set. She's got so much natural muscle to get behind the cattle. That heifer is really lean and honest in her condition, which I value. And I still think that heifer's got just a tremendous amount of density in just her stifle and her quarter there. Still like the angle that her neck shoots out of her blade. A heifer that reads a little coarser in terms of her joint work. Maybe a heifer that we could see just a little later maturing and more ladylike in terms of the way that her shoulder and her joints are put together.
Placings in Class 3 Composite Key Heifers. First place went to Reed Stringer. Second place to Avery Fincher. Third to Cooper Kaufelt. And fourth to Hayden Macklin. In the ring now is Class 4. These are heifers born November through December of 2020. We have 2 entries, Casey Shiflett and Dylan Earls. Attention exhibitors in the back of the barn. We are wrapping up our composite key heifer show here shortly, and we will move right into our owned maintainer heifers. So class 1 and 2 of those maintainer heifers, you need to go ahead and make your way to the makeup ring. Again, class 1 and 2 owned maintainer heifers, make your way to the makeup ring.
Up and out, up and out, up and out.
Well, as we get in these big falls, we got a pair of cattle that certainly I'd characterize as really bold and dimensional. I'm a big fan of both these heifers, just in terms of the natural thickness that they portray when we get directly behind the females. I still think the heifer that wins exemplifies structural correctness to a higher degree, primarily because she squares a little toer up front, square up front. I think when we get behind the cattle there, I can't help but notice the fact that she's cleaner in her joint work, and she certainly lands at the surface just more comfortable and releases her pasturing with more flex. I think this is aided by the fact that's just a bigger, more durable footed heifer. As you might anticipate, still one that's really bold and dimensional, maybe a little bit more on the moderate side of things. I think relative to the rainfall that we've had down here in Texas being moderate and maybe a little bit lower maintenance is probably not a bad thing. That heifer still got a tremendous amount of dimension and power to generate enough performance to the next generation. Heifer that comes in second does have a little bit more stature. I like that it primarily comes in height of shoulder and just altitude up through her front skeleton there. Boy, her neck really sends high on the top side of her shoulder blade. That gives her that kind of cocky, alert look that we're kind of all after out here. And for a female that's got that sleek just head and neck, it's really impressive that she's still really got quite a bit of dimension we get behind the cattle. But it looks like her extra muscles may be holding her back a little bit at the go. Smaller footed heifer struggles as she meets the surface, gets a little uncoordinated. I read her maybe to camp out a little wide up front because she's got a little bit more shoulder built into her front skeleton. Yes, sir. Okay. Sure. And then how do you want to stack over there? Okay.
Placings in Class 4 Composite Key Heifers. First place went to Casey Shiflett, and second to Dylan Earls. We will now be showing for your Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion, Composite Kianina Heifer. Again, a reminder to those in the back of the barn, your first couple of classes of owned maintainer heifers, you need to be in the makeup ring. Owned maintainer heifer exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 1 and Class 2 to the makeup ring. Your show is starting momentarily. Owned maintainer heifers, if you're in Class 1 or Class 2, you need to be in the makeup ring. Class 3 and Class 4, you should be making your way this way shortly.
Well, we've got an excellent set of females out here vying for our champion honors. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's congratulate these students with a round of applause. I'll tell you, I'm really impressed by just the shape and condition some of these heifers are in. Obviously, the summer down here is awfully hot, and I can tell you, as miserably hot as it's been out there, there haven't been a lot of days this summer. If I was outside, I'd be looking very good. So these kids are doing just an outstanding job of getting their cattle presented. Obviously, we're still a long ways away from the Texas majors, which a lot of these females certainly look like they're targeted for. But the cattle, I think, quality certainly speaks for itself. Heifer that wins the very first class today, the single entry we've not discussed yet. Boy, here's one that's really got a captivating look from the profile. The angle that her neck shoots out of the top side of her blade is very aesthetically pleasing. It's impressive that her chest floor is driven up maybe a couple inches higher than what her midrib is. The sweep to her bottom line certainly is something that grabs your attention. And then she's one that's pretty level out of her hip and certainly got a very, that kind of caps off that good look from the profile. Probably like, maybe she's got just a shade of throat, but the best cows always do. I think she's so long neck, she's always going to be good looking. Maybe compared to a few of these others, she just needs a little bit more time. Probably not quite as stout, but boy, she's one that looks like you could compliment on the top side with a lot of power with that maternal image and just that striking look that she has from the side. Baldy heifer that wins the fall class. I thought she was the one that pulled herself together with a little bit more balance today. I think that she stayed a little bit more coordinated in terms of her hind leg travel than the heifer that comes in second. I don't know how much just continuation she's got left. Maybe we could see her just laid back in her shoulder and pick her up a little bit in her next set. But boy, she's one that's certainly appreciated for being square pin, very attractive in terms of her hind leg design, and then a female there that's still I like from a frame score perspective. Heifer that wins the next class. I thought this was really the challenging decision in this particular lineup. I like both these heifers awfully well, and I'd be really proud for my nephews to show these two. I think they're the kind of cattle that are really hard to build. The female that won the class, the gentleman's up front here, she had more altitude built into her front skeleton, taller fronted, stayed a little bit more driven up in her chest, and particularly read tidier and cleaner in her lines there on the go. I think her chest stayed up in her just a shade better. A female that's still got enough spread to her pins when we get behind the cattle. I'm really enamored with the length and the stretch of her muscle system, and I think it reads so maternal in the way that it cascades over her framework. Like the spread to her rear toe, but we maybe could just see her a little stouter in terms of her foot design. As I mentioned in class, more than anything, I just like to stouten the feature to her jaw line up and gave her maybe a little bit more of a brood cow image in terms of her head shape. Heifer that wins the last class, fall heifer that's bold-bodied, dimensional, still very flexible in terms of her feet and legs. All these things, I think, lend her a lot of credibility to be a generating brood cow. She's probably just not near the show heifer up through her front skeleton as some of these other heifers are. She's got a little bit more shape to the edge of her shoulder blade. She falls out of her chest just a little bit. That one's going to be a whale of a cow. She's probably just not quite as aesthetically pleasing on the end of a halter. So excellent lineup out here. I think there's a lot of different things you could do. I'm a pretty big fan of this young man's out of class 3. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations to those exhibitors. Your grand champion composite Kianina female goes to Reed Stringer, and your reserve grand champion composite Kianina goes to Kennedy Brogdon. Let's give all of those exhibitors a big round of applause. As far as pictures go, we will take pictures after the end of the show, after the Supreme. So we are going to roll right into the maintainer show. So grands and reserves, no picture yet. We'll take those at the end of the show after the selection of the Supreme. Also, a reminder, when you receive your awards, and those of you that were at the banquet this morning, you received some thank you notes. If you'd go ahead and fill those out and bring them back to either the office or up here to the announcer stand, we'd like to thank all of those sponsors for making this show possible. So just a reminder for those thank you notes. Now entering the ring will be Class 1 owned maintainer females. These females were ranged in age from January to February of 2022. This will also serve as a call for Class 3 and 4 maintainer females. Class 3 and 4 maintainer females. Bred and owned exhibitors, just a reminder, if you were a Grander Reserve yesterday, you also compete for the Supreme today. So bred and owned exhibitors, just a reminder for you as well that you will also compete for the Supreme today.
Well, we got an awfully good class of maintainer heifers to get started with here. I'm a really big fan of the silhouette of the heifer that starts off this class. She's one that's really photogenic from the side. Just compliments of her being just so stout in terms of the set to her hind leg. She's still really long and extended up through her front end. She's got some like depth to her jawline where it looks like she's still going to be just that kind of brute cow that we're after. She's a little green and immature yet, which I like. I think at this stage of the game, we got to keep them that way. I think condition-wise, young lady, you got her perfect for the fall fall where you want to be at. And I think her feet and legs are the type where she's going to continue to get better with time. Heifer that comes in second is a little bit more advanced in terms of just depth of body, probably portrays just a little bit more sweep to the bottom part of her belly line there. I actually think she might even be maybe a little bit higher tying than my class winner. Got some interesting attributes that I'm a big fan of. I just wish she pieced herself together in a little bit more collected fashion. You'll see she kind of sets up just a little high in her tailhead. She'll run up to her twist line maybe just a little bit. Female that we could see probably blend a little bit more seamlessly from the edge of her shoulder into her fore rib. Nice female that resides in third. I think this one certainly got all the hallmarks of a cost-efficient replacement and still puts herself together. The very composed look from the side. She's strong in her top line, level, got a nice tailhead set to her there. Still think she's pretty clean up through her front end. She struck me as a little bit more refined in terms of the feature to her jaw and her bone work there. Maybe a heifer we could see just amped up a little bit in terms of power we get behind the cattle. Then we close the class. The young man done a great job out here. This is Ryan. Ryan, you can tell, has put a lot of work in with this heifer. He certainly responds well. They make a really good team, the two of them together there. Ryan, your heifer, I think, is really lean and honest in her condition. I value that. She probably just gives up some body volume and total mass to her contemporaries out here. We did a great job. Excellent set of cattle.
Congratulations to our Class 1 own maintainer females. First place went to Kennedy Kaufman. Second place went to Kennedy Sears. Third place went to Hayden Macklin. And fourth place went to Ryan Smith. Now entering the ring is Class 2 owned maintainer females. These females range in age from November to December 2021. For those of you who are just joining us ringside, today's judge is Dr. John DeClerc. He is a technical consultant for Purina Animal Nutrition and resides in College Station, Texas. John grew up on a cattle operation in Illinois and attended Texas A&M for his bachelor's degree and completed his graduate education at Texas Tech University. Prior to Purina, John was the judging coach at Iowa State and Texas Tech Universities and is the first individual in history to judge on a national champion livestock judging team at all three levels of competition, and also to coach a national champion livestock judging team at the university level. Let's give John a round of applause and thank him for coming out today. We would also like to thank our generous sponsors for this year's state show: Travis Kaufman Family, Quality Implements, McCullum Cattle, Richland Farms South, Hydrostat, Hawes Cattle Company, Foster Brothers Farms, Triple S Construction, Kukendall Cattle, Kenco Miniature Herefords, Athens Tractor Equipment, Scott's Crossing Farm Store, 212 Livestock Products, J.S. Dozer Service, Schrick Land and Cattle, Glenrose Family, Tracer Mineral, Boyce Brothers, J&L Paving, LLC, MS Cattle Company, H4 Show Cattle, Wes Hardy Foundation, 7X Cattle, Clark Cattle Company, Sullivan Show Supply, Buck Cattle Company, Joey and Brenda Fambro, Cromwell Cattle Company, Swope Land and Cattle, Jerry Harrell Family, Rimpel Show Cattle, Tony and Brandy Jeffs, BGR Livestock, D&D and Jessica Wright, Jason and Kristen Searles, the Barton Family, Chick-fil-A Waxahachie, Katz Construction, Shag Secrets, Jackson Cattle Company, Dust to Diamonds, Los Primos Glen Rose, Texas, NRS, the Rapp Family, the Ken Savell Family, Earthscapes of Texas, and the Sobchak family. Test.
Certainly got a challenging class out here. I think all these cattle certainly have got some things that I really admire. Probably, to be frank, I'd probably like to see all of them maybe just a little bit more athletic in the way that they use their skeletal makeup here. The kind of gray-faced baldy heifer that ends up starting this particular class, I think probably comports herself with just the most balance from the profile. I make this call because she's a moderate frame female that's equipped with more depth of body. I still really like the freshness that she's got at the top side of her neck there. A female that got some muscle but still doesn't read terminal in the way that it lays onto her body. I appreciate that about her. Heifer that maybe we could see just a little looser and more athletic in the way she uses her hind leg, but standing still draws up with a tremendous amount of balance, and certainly like condition-wise where she's at, she's very honest in that regard. Gets pretty close after that. I think if you could do some different things here. The black heifer that ends up landing in second is a little deeper and fuller in her heart. I think she's got more spring to the center part of her rib design and reads the same story when we get behind the cattle. She's probably equipped with just a little bit more stoutness and durability at the ground. Heifer that maybe is naturally set lower in her shoulder relative to her hip. That kind of makes her look like she runs downhill and up to her flank. I think a heifer also that we could see just a little bit more flexible from a skeletal structural standpoint. Heifer that comes in third probably organizes her lines a little better. I like that about her. I think she's very strong and lean in terms of her lines, very clean in terms of her head and neck. I think a female that's certainly got a lot of qualities. I'd study her here from the profile. I just couldn't convince myself she had enough body. I'm a little apprehensive of the fact the bigger framed heifer also reads maybe just a little tubular in her bottom line there. Probably another one we could see just a little looser structured. If she fleshes up and bodies down, I think she probably moves up in this class in a hurry. We complete the class with a really stout bone, bold body, dimensional replacement. Young man, I think your heifer might be the best combination of muscle and structure in this particular class. She's one that's just probably not being a very good teammate out here today. She's one that's probably a little naturally round, maybe naturally just a little high in her flank, and I think she's maybe kind of really exacerbating those issues because she just wasn't settled down, but she's a good heifer. Keep on working with her. I think if you get her to kind of come out here and cooperate, you certainly got a good opportunity to move up. It's just a really close decision.
Placings in Class 2 owned maintainer females. Placing first was Callie Hackey. Placing second was Brianna Deasy. Placing third was Ashley Muncie. And fourth place goes to Ethan Brumbelow. Now entering the ring is Class 3 owned maintainer females. These females range in age from September to October 2021. Just a reminder that the official photographer for this year's stage show is Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing. They will have candid ring shots as well as backdrop photos available to purchase on their website. And also, if you have family members or friends who would like to tune in today, they can check out their Facebook page for the live feed, and that's at Jeffrey's Livestock Marketing. Just a reminder for those of you back in the barn that Class 3 maintainer females is in the ring. So Class 4 needs to be in the makeup area, and Class 5 and 6 maintainer females need to be thinking about making their way to the makeup area. Also, a reminder, all of the champion photos, grand or reserve, will be taken after the Supreme, and the bred knowns will also participate in the selection for the Supreme Heifer Drive. So grands and reserves, bred knowns, and today's own show, all of those photos for you will be after the Supreme. Spread knowns, if you took them yesterday, you're good to go.
Well, I apologize for taking just a little bit more time on that particular class. I was really torn on, I think, the cattle in this particular lineup. The top pair are probably a little bit more the feet and legs that I'm after, but I probably like to see both of them just a little later maturing. I like the frame score and just the altitude of the cattle in third and fourth, but both of them maybe we could see just improve just a shade in terms of the way that they land and meet the surface out here. I started with the black and white heifer. She's probably the one that didn't hit me near as hard when the cattle came out here. But the longer I study her, she's probably just the toughest one for me to fault. I like the angle her neck comes out of her shoulder blade. She's really driven up in her chest, a heifer that's got some turn to her rib cage. I really value the fact that she's leaner and more honest in her condition. The heifer that comes in second, I think she's naturally deeper in her twist and got more dimension down low than that heifer. I think that probably helps her out. And I like her foot shape, maybe being a little bit more durable than the second place heifer. I'd like to see her just a little bit more maternal. I'd like to see her head shape and muscle system just a little bit more ladylike. Maybe could make her just a little later maturing. Heifer that comes in second, one that's really got a big athletic hind leg, and she takes a long step off either end of her skeleton. She squares up really nice in her footwork up front. I think when she stomped and parked, the young lady does a nice job of kind of showcasing the fact that heifer's really deep in her heart as well. She maybe runs up just a little bit to her twist, maybe got a tendency to play out when we get behind the cattle ever so slightly. The yellow heifer standing third is the one that organizes herself in the most collected fashion here from the profile. I make that assessment because she's so strong, and in terms of the way she pulls together her top line, her tailhead really caps off a neat hip design. Now, I like the fact that she's got plenty of depth of body to accommodate the added frame size that she has. She's probably more the frame score that I'm looking for here. I just wish she was a little bit more agile in the way she met the surface. She doesn't really release her hock and pasture with enough flex. Like many cattle that have got all that height to shoulder, she's just a little up and down in terms of her shoulder angle. Heifer that ends up here in fourth makes a very strong case to move up and potentially win this class because she's deep-bodied. I think she's got some muscle we get behind the cattle. I think she's nice in terms of her neck attachment as well. Like the heifer in front of her, she's a little stiff in terms of her rear joints. I think she's a little bit more pronounced in terms of her crest and reads a little rounder at the angle to her shoulder when we get directly in front of the cattle. Then we close the class with a really long-sided heifer that's still really strong and out of the backside of her shoulder. Easy flush into boot. Probably like to see her maybe just a little deeper body, considering the fact she got a little bit more on her in terms of a condition. Maybe could chisel her out just a little bit more up front.
Congratulations to all of those in Class 3. Placings were first place, Kason Ramirez, second place, Caitlin Adderhole, third place, Brandon Schwab, fourth place, Brinley Peck, and fifth place, Sloan Gregson. Now entering the ring is Class 4 own maintainer females. These heifers range in age from May to June of 2021. Okay. Okay.
Well, what a remarkable top pair of cattle we got in this class. And they represent a lot of depth and quality amongst their contemporaries out here for this heifer that wins. She can really strike a pose from the profile. She is a very photogenic female. Compliments of the fact that she's just so elegant in terms of her head and neck, really fresh at the top side of her neck shape there. And then she pulls together such a strong, composed top line. Boy, it's hard to beat the extra sweep that she's got to the bottom part of her rib design there. And I think her big advantage in this pair is she's not only neater at the top side of her tail head, it just kind of more seamlessly caps off the top side of her skeleton there, but she's just more durable and correct in her foot shape. I like her length and the stoutness to the outside of her hoof wall. And I think as a consequence, she lands maybe a little bit more coordinated as we watch the cattle track away. She's probably a heifer that I'd want to complement with some power on the top side, but certainly her skeletal makeup and balance looks like she could really have a lot of a wide cross section of bulls. Certainly could work on her. Heifer that comes in second is one that I really admire just how honest she is in her condition. This female's got just more expansion to her heart and the base of her forerib there. That heifer is so bold-bodied and dimensional. Doesn't have near as much condition on her as the heifer in front of her in terms of her chest, but still reads with enough depth of body when we study the cattle from the profile. She's really cool in terms of the angle that her neck shoots out of the top side of her shoulder there. She effortlessly cuts her step every single time. You know, she's one that I think it's a little longer in terms of her rear toe. Maybe got just a shade more tailhead over the top side of her framework there, but that's an awfully good heifer. Doesn't need the high-quality hair coat to be one that's certainly this elite. Really close decision for me between the next three heifers. So the heifer that comes in third is probably just a little bit more organized in terms of her lines. I think she reads a little leveler from hooks to pins. I like the refinement in terms of her head and neck. I just wish it didn't translate at the ground. She's a little smaller in terms of her rear foot design. Maybe one we could stouten up and intensify in terms of power. Heifer that comes in four is a little bit bigger footed. Got a very flexible set to her hind leg. She upgrades the female in front of her in that regard. But to accomplish that extra set to her hock, she's actually a little low in terms of her pin set. Heifer that's got a little bit more leg underneath there also reads a little tight in terms of her flank. Heifer that follows her, a female that I really like, just how long and sleek she is up through the front part of her body there. A heifer that's got a big square pin set in her and probably quite a bit of stoutness built into her hind leg. I value that about this fifth place heifer. She's one that reads just a little tight in her throat latch and her jawline, and unfortunately, she kind of follows suit from there back, being a little bit more cinched up in her heart and flank. The female that comes directly in front of me here, a more moderate heifer, probably a little bit more on the club calf side of things, and I certainly appreciate that she's a bolder sprung, bigger hip. I make that assessment that she contributed to a club calf to kind of program because she has so much dimension. Still one that is really good in terms of her feet and legs. She's just a little bit earlier maturing, a little bit plainer up through her front end, but an awfully good heifer that just kind of got in a pretty tough class here. Have to admire the power and the dimension. The heifer that closes the class, she's really stout. Without question, the heaviest muscled and the biggest boned heifer in the class. just like to change her athletically speaking. She reads a little bit more vertical in the set to her shoulder and her hind leg. I'm a little bit more apprehensive about her structure holding up in production.
Congratulations to those exhibitors. Class 4 placings are first place, Maddox McCullum. Second place, Cora Hardy. Third place, Avery McInvale. Fourth place, Corey McCurley. Fifth place, Ruthie Wright. Sixth place, Lindley Searles. And seventh place to Robert Searles. Now entering the ring is Class 5 owned maintainer females. These females were born in April of 2021. For those of you who have been participating in the silent auction over by the show office, those sheets will be pulled at noon today. So if you are wanting to make sure that you are the winning bidder, make sure that you head over there around noon and we will pull those sheets. Also, a reminder for the Kianina raffle sales, those are still going on. First place for the raffle will either be a fishing trip, you can choose, or a showbox with a custom wrap. They will select the winner of that raffle after the Supreme today. Tickets are still available and can be purchased. One ticket is $20, or you can buy 6 for $100. So if anybody is still interested in purchasing those raffle tickets, they just need to find a Texas Kianina officer or advisor, and they will get you set up.
Again, a nice heifer to win this class. Discussed her earlier this morning. She's one that's very picturesque in terms of her image from the profile. Compliments of her height of shoulder. She's still strong and composed in terms of her loin. I think in her top line, excuse me. I think a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of depth of body, very ladylike in her muscle system. You know, she's one that's so level out of her hip at times she maybe gets just a little easy in her loin, but that doesn't bother me too much. More than anything, I'd like to stouten up the feature to her jawline and make her more durable in her outside hoof wall. Powerful brood cow that we saw this morning. Okay, we like this heifer here that ends up in second. Big, stout, articulate hind legs. She certainly uses it with a lot of athleticism, bold, dimensional. Certainly looks like she's got the power to generate to the next generation. Certainly think that she's one that maybe see her chest fall out of her just a little bit on the go. She's not as smooth in the lay to her shoulder and the way it connects up to her forerib. Awful good heifer that ends up here in third. She is more feminine in terms of her design up through her shoulder. I like the fact that she's a long-sided heifer that's still accompanied with enough depth of body to balance up here from the profile. Stopped in park, boy, she's really level out of her hip as well. We get behind the cattle. I just couldn't convince myself she had enough. She plays out just a little bit to her tail, to her pin set there. A female that maybe we could see just a little bit more articulate in terms of her hind leg design. We conclude the class with really a bold, dimensional heifer. This one's got a cylinder rib cage, really just a tremendous amount of arc to her rib design there. Getting a little longer on her toe. For heifer, for my taste, maybe read just a little shallow in her jaw and a little higher in her flank line.
Placings in Class 5 maintainer females. First place went to Reed Stringer. Second place went to Avery Fincher. Third place went to Sarah Rimpel. And fourth place went to Dylan Earls. Now entering the ring is Class 6 maintainer females, born February to March of 2021.
Continue right behind. Just a little full. She's just relieving a little belly button. She's on a very big diet.
Attention back in the barns. As soon as we finish with the maintainer female show, we will go right into the owned Kianina heifer show. So this will serve as the first call for class 1 and 2 of the owned key heifers. So just a reminder, we will go directly into the owned key show. All grand and reserve photos will be after the Supreme this afternoon. And just a reminder on the Supreme bred and owned grand and reserves yesterday, you will also compete for that. So bred and owned grand and reserves, we'll keep you updated on what time you should come up here. But as soon as we are done with this maintainer heifer show, we will go directly into the owned Kianina heifers.
Boy, we got a really nice class here of kind of junior yearling heifers. I think these are the type of heifers that have to really be impressed with the job that both these young people have done presenting these females. It's so hard, as much practicality and body that we've bred back into these show cattle. It's tough to manage them. And this pair of females is extremely lean and honest. And I'd like to compliment both of you kids and your families for doing a great job of keeping these cattle authentic in terms of their composition, because I know it's really tough to do. I landed on the heifer that I think just uses more range of motion when the cattle are set to go. Young man Jake up here up front, his heifer is one that's a little bit more correct in terms of the angle to her shoulder blade. She's got more backward bend into her forearm and knee, and consequently she squares up a little bit more correct in her foot placement up front. I think she too is one that uses her hind leg with a little bit more flex and freedom from a structural standpoint. At times when she tempos up on the go, you'll see her break down in her loin ever so slightly. Certainly think it's just only aesthetic more than anything. For as big and massive as that heifer is up high, I'd probably like to stouten her up just a little bit in terms of her foot size and bone work, but an excellent heifer to start this class. Stopped and parked. Young lady here, Cadence in second, brings a female that is just outstanding from the profile. Boy, she is so dead level in her top line, got a lot of power. She corrects my class winner by being dealt just more natural foot and bone, and that trend line continues from there up, as she's just the bigger hip, bolder sprung female that lays more dimension over her total framework. For maybe filling up just a little bit in her chest, and from a condition, we'd like to see her just a little bit deeper body to offset that. More than anything on the go, she struggles just a little bit structurally, maybe doesn't use her hock with the freedom as my class winner.
Placings in class 6 maintainer females. First place went to Jake Heyman, and second place went to Cadence Tucker. Now entering the ring will be all the first and seconds, and we will select your grand champion maintainer female. Competing for the selection of the grand champion owned maintainer female are Class 1 first place, Kennedy Kaufman; Class 2 first place, Callie Hackey; Class 3 first place, Kason Ramirez; Class 4 first place, Maddox McCullum; Class 5 first place, Reed Stringer; and Class 6 first place was Jake Heyman. Seconds from those classes are Class 1, Kennedy Sears, Class 2, Brianna Deasy, Class 3, Caitlin Adderhold, Class 4, Cora Hardy, Class 5, Avery Fincher, and Class 6, Cadence Tucker. Kianina exhibitors that are in class 1 and 2, the selection of the champion maintainer is in the ring right now. So you need to be making your way to the makeup area. So Kianina females, class 1 and 2, if you could start making your way up to the makeup area, we will roll right into the owned Kianina show.
Well, what a remarkable set of cattle we got out here vying for our champion maintainer honors. If you folks don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. I'll tell you, this is part of the show that I've got very ambivalent feelings on, because I'll be honest with you, it's extremely humbling to be out here. You recognize just how much time, and every one of these heifers represents just thousands and thousands of hours of these kids not only working with these females, but some of the work that they've done in the past to make themselves a good enough home to manage these cattle. All the time working on their showmanship skills and becoming good enough at their craft where they could present cattle at this level. These heifers obviously represent years of breeding programs that have making the right decisions here. The culmination of a lot of really impressive things. And when it comes down to it, it's very fun to get to judge cattle at that level. But at the same time, I think we got several females out here that are certainly worthy of distinction. And the reason I'm kind of torn is because, as good as they are, you just wish we could have more than one or more than two or three of these heifers get recognized, because they're certainly good enough to get the job done. So it's going to come down to personal preference. I really like the entire lineup. If you could probably tell out here, I don't have the best poker face. There's two of them I like awfully well. I'm going to discuss that pair and try to describe the differences to you. If you like a different one better than I do, I wouldn't argue with you, because these cattle are just exceptional in terms of what they bring to a breeding program. The female that stands directly in front of me, the shorthorn marked heifer, this one is just so composed in the way she's put together. I like her and the heifer directly behind her. I think when we study this heifer, she's naturally deeper in her heart. When I get in front of the cattle, I can't help but notice that her shoulder blade blends smoother into her forerib. At the surface, she meets the ground on a bigger, square, more durable footwall, and consequently, she just uses that hind leg with so much conviction. When she plants, she drives with authority. She's my favorite in the way she's designing her hip and hind leg posture, and she even stays together a little stronger in terms of her top line. Now, we get behind the cattle. I'd certainly like to amp her up in terms of power. As I mentioned before, I think there are a lot of bulls in this breed, and even in the high main side, that we certainly could complement with her on the top side, that are going to add just a little bit more width, and maybe compared back to the heifer that stands directly behind her, her neck doesn't ascend quite as high out of the top side of her shoulder blade. The black heifer that stands directly behind her, this one is bolder bodied and considerably more dimensional. We can study the cattle from that rear view. She spreads wider at her pinset. She does have more shoulder to her, but the fact that she's equipped and accompanying that extra shoulder with some more pin width doesn't leave me I still think that she won't have as many calving difficulty issues as what we might anticipate for a little broader shoulder type of heifer like her, because she is so bold in her pinset. She's long and smooth in her muscle pattern relative to the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I probably like her frame size and her maturity pattern a little bit better. I think her neck set's maybe just a little better as well. If I could change this particular heifer, I'd like to see her just a little bit more durable in her foot design. She splays out ever so slightly up front, and it's maybe just a pet peeve of mine, but that heifer gets just a little shallow in her jaw and consequently maybe not as naturally deep in her heart. So I like that pair awfully well. Both these kids just are outstanding showmen. You can tell they've worked their tail off. As hot as it's been this summer in Texas, to have cattle that are in this kind of rig, this time of hair, this type of freshness is certainly just a testament to the quality of care that they're giving them at home. You could go either way, but the one that struck me the hardest is this young lady's heifer. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations to Maddox McCullum. She will be your grand champion maintainer female. Pulling in for contention is Cora Hardy.
Yeah, what makes it tough is this heifer that was second in class to our champion is one of my favorite females in the show. There's three of them that struck me extremely hard. I just really like this heifer. I think she's one that's really neat in terms of the angle to her shoulder blade. She's so laid back in the angle to her shoulder that it really makes her that kind of short-shouldered, high-chested heifer that bounces up with such a striking pose. The bend that she's got built into her forearm and knee certainly is conducive to longevity. And then that heifer is bold-bodied and dimensional for being as lean and honest as her condition as she is. I think she's built really good in her structure. I just like to fix her feet a little bit. She's getting a little longer toed, starting to curl on her outside hoof wall. We mentioned her tail head being just a little high, but I think that heifer's got a bright future in front of her, just like the other two heifers I discussed. But today, the heifer that I'm my second favorite is going to be the young man's black female. She'll be a reserve.
Your reserve grand champion female is exhibited by Reed Stringer. Just a reminder, we will take all of the grand and reserve photos after the selection of the Supreme this afternoon. So here shortly, we will start the owned Kianina female show. So class 1 and 2 owned key heifers, you need to be up in the ring area, and class 3 and 4, this will serve as your first call. Now entering the ring is class 1 owned Kianina females. These females are born in 2022.
step. Tail. Head high. Head high, B. You got it. Keep kicking butt. You got it. Got it, dude. Head high. You got it, bud. High. Head high.
We get another thought-provoking class out of here because I think we got cattle that all have got some breeding value. They probably just cater to maybe different segments of the industry. The heifer that wins this particular class is probably more my speed just in terms of her frame size and the extra stretch and extension that she's got in terms of her muscle system. A heifer that still stays pretty flexible in her top line, maybe just a little bit more composed than the heifer that resides in second. I would like to see her maybe just a little sleeker at the top side of her neck and just stouting her up in terms of her foot size and bone work, but good heifer to start this particular class. Stopped and parked. This black one can strike a pose. Boy, her neck is a mile long. It comes right out of the top side of her shoulder, and then for being just that slim and sleek up front, she's got a very impressive sweep to her bottom line. Now, she maybe gets a little disorganized on the go. Heifer that splays out has got a tendency to kick up in her top line, then she'll pull in her hock a little bit. I like that heifer awfully well. Probably just going to need more time to mature. I thought pretty hard about using the heifer in third to win the class. I think that she's one that could really contribute to a club calf program because she's so bold bodied, big hip, dimensional. That heifer still got a pretty nice set to her hind leg, and a female that certainly admire for that regard. Maybe got just a shade more chest relative to her flanks. She's not as sleek up through her front end, but that's an awful good heifer to complete a really good trio of females.
Placings in Class 1 owned Kianina females. First place went to Reese Schwab. Second place went to Avery Fincher. And third place went to Braxton Hunt. Now entering the ring will be Class 2 owned Kianina females. These heifers are born November to December of 2021. Kianina exhibitors that are in Class 3 and 4. Class 2 is now in the ring, so 3, you need to be in the makeup area, and 4, you need to be on deck. So Class 5, this will serve as your first call.
Got a great heifer that wins this particular class. I think she got all the hallmarks why this breed is certainly being really popular in the show ring because they've got kind of the power to contribute and be good cows, but still equipped with that striking look that certainly never goes out of style. I like the angle this heifer's neck shoots out of her shoulder blade. She complements that by being very bold sprung in her rib design. She's dimensional. We get behind the cattle. She's got enough thickness as well. If heifer that maybe we could see squared up a little bit in terms of her foot placement and her foot design up front as well. But a good heifer here to win this particular class. I like the heifer in second. She's not quite as pronounced at the top side of her neck and her crest. She's more moderate in her frame size, equipped with maybe a little bit more fleshing ability. I think all those things certainly bode well for her ability to thrive in production than kicked out on grass. This heifer looks like a very cost-efficient replacement. Now, in terms of a show heifer realm, she reads a little bit quicker in her maturity pattern, maybe just a little shorter cannon there. I don't think she's got the continuation as the cattle that stand on either side of her in terms of her maturity pattern. The yellow heifer that comes in third, boy, this one is stout. We get behind the cattle. That's the stoutest pin, most dimensional heifer in the class. I wish she maybe followed suit a little bit more down low because she's maybe a little more refined in her foot shape. But for being as powerful from behind, I like her look up front awfully well. Just looks like maybe that extra muscle's holding her structure back just a fraction. She's one that's a little upright in her shoulder, heifer that maybe gets just a little stiff in the way she uses her rear joints. Then we complete the class with a black heifer that's really long-sided. I like how clean and lean in her lines that she portrays out here. Very honest from a condition standpoint. Got just a dab of chest relative to being a little bit more modest in her heart and flank. Heifer that maybe gives up just total body volume relative to her contemporaries.
Placings in Class 2, owned Kianina females. First place goes to Cooper Kofelt. Second place, Colton Franz. Third place, Sloan Gregson. And fourth place, Brianna Ryburn. Now entering the ring will be Class 3. These heifers range in age from September to October 2021. Class 4, Kianina females need to be ready and lined up. Class 5, this will be your second call. And Class 6, this will serve as your first call.
This cow has
We got a nice pair of heifers in this particular class. I know I mentioned it before, but again, I'm really impressed by the condition these two are in. I like how lean and honest they are. I think sometimes we all have maybe a proclivity or a natural tendency to just get these show cattle a little fat. I really like these heifers are in their working clothes. I think it's not only conducive to their reproductive efficiency, but I'm sure both these young men are planning on showing these heifers for quite some time as we start moving towards the majors. The black heifer that wins this class, I think she's just a little bit more. I interpret her balance to be a little bit more photogenic from the side. I make this call because she's level her hip, nicer in her tail head, starts stronger out of the backside of her shoulder, and then still for a heifer that's got that kind of image from the side, I think she's got ample amount of dimension when we get behind the cattle. Maybe could just dial her back a nickel in the angle to her shoulder blade, and at times she can roll up in her top just a little bit. Still think that's a very sound structured heifer as an individual. I like the dimension, the moderation of frame, and the natural thickness of the heifer that comes in second. That female actually may improve my winner in terms of just pin width and probably uses her reach just a little bit more range of motion off either end of her skeleton. At times, she gets a little lackadaisical in her top line and rounds out of her hip just a fraction. I don't think she's quite as feminine the way that her shoulder connects up to her forerib.
Congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 3. Placing first was Zachary Buchanan, and second was Kason Ramirez. Now entering the ring is Class 4. These heifers range in age from April to May 2021. Class 5 key heifers, you need to be in the makeup area and lined up. Class 6, this will be your second call. And Class 7 and 8, this will be your first call.
Well, really, an elite class or several elite breed representatives in this particular lineup. I think you could do a lot of different things and be justified. The heifer that leads off is probably just more my speed. I really like how captivating the image that she can put herself together with here from the side. Her head and neck is just so feminine and attractive and sleek, really chiseled out there in her throat latch and her jawline. That heifer doesn't have hardly any fat on her, and she's still really progressive in the sweep to her bottom line. I think she's one that uses her hock a little better than the heifer in second. She's longer out of her hip than that second place heifer. At times I think we could piece her together just a little bit better. She'll tempo up and maybe pull in at her hock and kick up in her spine. I think it's just aesthetically looking there. I still think that heifer is extremely sound structured. Wouldn't argue if you like the heifer in second. Boy, she is a bold-bodied, balanced replacement heifer that's still really impressive in terms of the stoutness of bone work that she's got there at the ground. With that extra power, she maybe reads just a little shorter in her head. I'd like to stretch her out of her hip and give her more agility as she meets the surface out of her hind leg. That's a dang good one to stand in, too. Third place heifer's no slouch either. Boy, this one is awesome from the profile. That's a tall-fronted, high-tine, really loose, flexible spined heifer that uses her hind leg the way I'd like to see. When I get behind the cattle, I just couldn't convince myself that she had enough. As she planes up to her pin set, pulls in at her hock, kind of like maybe a couple of heifers in front of her, she's a little up and down in terms of the angle to her shoulder. Powerful replacement stands in fourth. She's bold-bodied, dimensional, strong-topped. I really impressed with the fact that she's long-sided and still got enough depth of body. Maybe one that's just not quite as fluid in the way that she uses her hock. Her chest to flank could maybe balance up with a little bit more symmetry. We complete the class with a very refined replacement. I like the femininity and the strength that she's got built into her top line. Get behind the cattle. I just don't think she's got quite as much brood cow power as her contemporaries. She pulls in her hock, which kind of tells the story of her being flat or made throughout.
Placings in Class 4. First place went to Maddox McCullum. Second place went to Maddie Smith. Third place went to Cora Hardy. Fourth place, Riley Slaughter. And fifth place to Avery McInvale. Now entering the ring is Class 5, owned Kianina heifers. These are all March of 2021. Class number 6, you need to be in the makeup area, and class number 7 and 8 as well. Those of you participating in the silent auction, just a reminder, there is 15 minutes left before they will pull those sheets. So if you have your heart set on an item, make sure that you are over there at noon to get the winning bid. Also, there are still raffle tickets available for the Kianina drawing for either a fishing trip or wrapped showbox. Tickets are $20 for one or $6 for 100.
We got four nice heifers out here. I think both these, we got a pair of them that can maybe contribute to opposite sides of the spectrum. I landed on the cattle that maybe look a little bit more ladylike, maybe be more kind of show heifer generators. Of that pair, I like the moderation, the depth of body, and the extra bulk and density in the young lady's heifer that starts. She's one that's still really striking in terms of her neck shape. I like how fresh she is at the top side of her neck. I think that heifer is one that's really bold, dimensional we get from their back. I'd like to maybe halt the establishment of extra white tissue she got there in her chest around her tailhead, but she still catches her step every time. But maybe you could see her squared up just a little bit as she leaves me. I like the running gear, the feet and legs of the heifer in second. I really admire how much leaner and more honest she is from a condition standpoint. She's one that to have that kind of height to shoulder and still have some curvature built into her knee, the reach and range of motion out of her hind leg is very, very impressive. If she bodies down and fleshes up, I think she's got a very bright future in front of her. Today, she probably just runs out of power relative to the heifer that precedes her in this particular lineup. The pair of heifers that come next, both have got the power to contribute to the club calf side of things. I think that they're both tailor-made for that attribute because they're bold and dimensional. I read a little bit more length of body and probably a little longer striding look in the red heifer compared to the heifers in front of her. She's got more chest and maybe could offset it with more depth of flank. Heifer the closest to the class is the deeper-sided option of that pair. Like the female in front of her, she's plenty powerful for when we get behind the cattle. She's a heifer that wants to roll up in her spine. Compliments of her baby, or the genesis is that she rolls up in her spine is that she's straight in her shoulder. Heifer that we'd like to stretch out of her hip and make her longer striding from behind.
Placings in Class 5 owned Kianina females. First place went to Maddie Smith. Second place went to Maddie Jenkins. Third place went to Meredith Ashley. And fourth place went to Dylan Earls. Now entering the ring is Class 6. These heifers are born January to February of 2021. Class 7 and 8, you need to be in the makeup area. Just a reminder for you owned Main-Anjou exhibitors that we will not be taking a picture break. So we will roll right into the owned Main-Anjou show after the Grand Champion Kianina and Reserve Grand Champion Kianina selection. We would also like to thank our sponsors for this year's Texas State Show. Thank you to the Travis Kaufman family, Quality Implements, McCullum Cattle, Richland Farms South, Hydrostat, Hawes Cattle Company, Foster Brothers Farms, Triple S Construction, Kukendall Cattle, Kenco Miniature Herefords, Athens Tractor Equipment, Scott's Crossing Farm Store, 212 Livestock Products, JS Dozer Service, Schrick Land and Cattle, Glenrose Family, Tracer Mineral, Boyce Brothers, J&L Paving LLC, MS Cattle Company, H4 Show Cattle, Wes Hardy Foundation, 7X Cattle, Clark Cattle Company, Sullivan Show Supply, Buck Cattle Company, Joey and Brenda Fambro, Cromwell Cattle Company, Swope Land and Cattle, Jerry Harrell Family, Rimpel Show Cattle, Tony and Brandy Jeffs, BGR Livestock, Dee Dee and Jessica Wright, Jason and Kristen Searles, Barton Family, Chick-fil-A Waxahachie, Katz Construction, Shag Secrets, Jackson Cattle Company, Dust to Diamonds, Los Primos Glenrose, NRS, the Rapp Family, the Ken Savell Family, Earthscapes of Texas, and the Soapcheck family. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Nice pair of heifers. I think they're kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum from a frame score perspective. I've tried to stay committed to making cattle that are very lean and excuse me, very long and extended and a little bit more feminine and ladylike in terms of their type and kind. That's why I landed on our class winner here. I think the shape to her head and neck certainly is more conducive to the type of cattle that I prefer. She's more feminine. Heifer that's extra length of side and stretch. It certainly reads more feminine long term and probably more conducive from my vantage point from a breeding cattle perspective and making some show heifers. We could amp her up in terms of power. I think she's got a little bit of white tissue established down there through the floor of her chest relative to being modest in her flanks. So I'd like to change that ratio, but I think a nice heifer to get started with here. Boy, the powerhouse of the pair stands in second, and she's the one that's probably frame score wise is a little bit different than our class winner, but she is really bold, and they got that cylinder turned to her rib cage, and I'm after a big square pin set, and that trend continues as we set her at the ground. She's got a tremendous amount of foot and bone. Short-faced heifer reads a little quicker in a maturity pattern. For my taste, I'd like to see her just a little looser structurally and smoother at the point of her shoulder.
Placings in Class 6. First place goes to Corey McCurley, and second place goes to Callie Hornbach. Now entering the ring is Class 7, owned key heifers ranging in age from September to November of 2021. First and seconds in the key show of the previous classes, you should be making your way over to line up for the grand drive. First and seconds.
We got a thought-provoking class out here. The heifer that wins, I made the call when they're stopped and parked from the profile. This heifer obviously is accompanied with a little bit just more performance. I think she's achieved this higher weight per day of age, complements the fact that she's really bold sprung and still extended in her make. From a condition standpoint, I think she's got enough on her, but I don't think that she's too fat by any means. I just like how the power that she has and still puts herself together with some balance. Now she's one that's parks them a little wide up front, which tells the story of her being a little coarser in her shoulder. Structurally, I'd certainly like to build more ability and freedom into her hock and into her shoulder angle if we're going to compare her back to make her ideal. The black and white heifer that comes in second is more moderate in her frame score. That heifer is still probably a little longer up through her front end, and I appreciate the fact for being moderate frame, she's got enough length of body and muscle shape that I think she'll still generate performance. I value that about that particular female. To me, she's one that gets a little stiff in the way she utilizes her hind leg, kind of like my class winner, probably gives up total mass and dimension, and one we could refine a little bit more in terms of her teeth structure. Heifer that closes this class makes a strong case to start because she's without question, the soundest structured female in the class. She's got the most slope and shoulder angle built into her shoulder, the most comfort into her knee. She's certainly very long out of her hip and takes a fluid stride from behind. The longer-toed heifer is one that reads just a little plainer up through her chest, floor, and navel. I'd like to see her just more durable in her foot design, but a nice trio of heifers here in this class.
Placings in Class 7. First place goes to Bailey Hornbach. Second place goes to Ainsley Sears. And third place goes to Michael Hoysa. Also, there is 3 minutes left on the silent auction. 3 minutes. And now entering the ring will be the grand and reserve grand selection of your own Kianina females.
Just a reminder, exhibitors, for those who will be coming back for the Supreme Heifer Drive at the end of the owned Main-Anjou Heifer Show. Once that show concludes, we will just move right in to the Supreme Heifer Show. So if you're going to have a heifer that's in that Supreme Drive, just make sure you are up here and ready to go at the conclusion of the Main-Anjou Heifer Show. And Main-Anjou heifer exhibitors, we are now showing for our owned Kianina heifer champion and reserve. So if you were in the first 2 classes of owned Main-Anjou heifers, you need to make your way to the makeup ring. Again, first classes of owned Main-Anjou heifers, please make your way to the makeup ring. And for those in the silent auction, you have about 1 minute left until they pick up those sheets. So if there's an item you're got your heart set on, make sure you're over there watching your bids. 1 minute till they pick up those sheets for the silent auction. Exhibitors, if you were fortunate enough to receive a trophy today, there are thank you notes inside the cup of the trophy. You need to complete that thank you note and return it to the office before you leave today. Thank you notes are so vital to our sponsors, and we need to make sure that you do fill that out and get that back to the show office before you leave today.
Throw it away. That's probably
While our judge is evaluating the champion key female drive, I will announce the winners of the silent auction. If you are one of those winners, please go ahead and make payment in the office. So, the first item will be the Shag Scrubs hats and gloves. The winner is Wilson. The leather and cowhide purse. The winner is Russell Johnson. The 25 quart Bison custom cooler. The winner is Donna Shiflett. The Burlwood Blade 52100. The winner is Ernie Dominguez. The silver bracelet and earrings. The winner is N. Meeks. The knife with case. The winner is Carl Schmidt. The turquoise necklace. The winner is Aaron Boyce. The silver earrings. The winner is Carrie Ramirez. The silver bracelet. The winner is Corey McCurley. And that is all of your silent auction items. So those of you who got the winning bid, if you would please make sure to pick up your items and make payment in the office, that would be great. And thank you for your support.
Well, first, I'd be remiss if I didn't first extend my compliments to these key exhibitors. What a remarkable set of females we have out here. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these kids. Yeah, I'll tell you that you never know what to expect when you get to judge a state show down here in Texas in the middle of summer. Obviously, this is after Junior Nationals and a long time before we get to the majors. So it's awfully hot down here, and I didn't know what kind of shape and rig these females would be in. And you could tell these kids have been busting their tails all summer to get their cattle presented this well. And it's a lot of pride and ownership to make your females look like this when maybe still that the end point, the target end point, those Texas majors are a long ways away from it. So we're going to talk maybe a little bit of a couple of these heifers I think are in contention. One of them is one we haven't discussed yet. That's going to be this cow calf pair. She's one that I like awfully well. The young lady's cow is one that's extremely long fronted. I like the extra length that she has out of her hip, and I think that's the genesis of why she's got such a long athletic stride from behind. That heifer is one that, or the cow is one that is really strong top for being as long-sided as she is, but still very loose and flexible in her spine. We could pick her neck up just a little bit out of the top of her shoulder, but that doesn't really bother me too much. I think she's refined in her teats, but maybe we could see her just a little bit more even in terms of her udder design. She's maybe a little low on her front quarters there. Look at the calf on her side. I think the calf is an easy flushing, but maybe one we'd like to stouten up in her bone work and make her just a little fancier in terms of her hip design and the sleekness of the bottom part of her neck there. But certainly like the fact that cow's in her working clothes and certainly got the right kind of look for her. The other couple heifers that I think are kind of in contention out here, young lady right in front of me with the bow kind of circling brings a heifer that's just so lean and honest in her condition. I really like cattle in this kind of condition for me. I know that sometimes we all like to get them massive, and sometimes we maybe push the feed bucket to them a little bit too much, but I think cattle look the best and the freshest when they're probably in this type of rig. And that heifer's shape to the top of her neck is so feminine. That heifer doesn't need any extra condition because she's got so much natural sweep to the bottom part of her rib design. Compared to the heifer that was second in that class, she was longer out of her hip and took a more ground-consuming stride out of her rear skeleton. Now, we could square up just a little bit from hock to ground. As she tracks away from me, she maybe naturally sets just a little high in her twist line there. Maybe could pull her down just a shade in that regard. Then the heifer that stands directly behind her, another one that I think is in contention. This heifer to me is one that probably took me just a little longer to appreciate because of looks like she was maybe managed a little bit heavier condition as a calf because she's got a little bit of fat there around her tail head and chest. But if you read her over the top of her neck and over her rib design, she's actually pretty lean. So I wonder if maybe she was one that got a little chubby as a calf, and now we've managed her back to where we want to be at because she is pretty lean from her shoulder back over her forerib there. The top of her neck's very fresh. I really like the ladylike and feminine shape to her head and neck. The angle that her neck comes out of her shoulder blade is very aesthetically pleasing. When she stops in park, she can really give you that kind of captivating look that I'm after. Get behind the cattle. I'd like to amp her up just a little bit in terms of power, but certainly appreciate that female. As we mentioned before, she's maybe one we could square up in her foot design and make her just a little leaner down low in terms of her chest floor and there in her udder. So awful good lineup for me. My favorite's this young lady directly in front of me. She'll have your champion.
Congratulations. Your grand champion, Kianina female, goes to Maddox McCullum. Pulling in for contention is second in that class, Maddie Smith.
I really like the heifer that was second to our winner awfully well. She's a bold-bodied heifer. It's really wide in her skeleton, but still composes herself with a balanced look here from the profile, flexible in her spine, but still stays together pretty composed in terms of when she stopped and parked. For me, she's one that's maybe not quite as much my kind. I like cattle a little bit bigger and longer and later maturing. I'd like to stretch her out of her hip just a little bit, make her a little bit more feminine in terms of her tail head and the shape to her head. So, but she's one that's certainly worthy of distinction, and I certainly wouldn't mind if somebody that one was their favorite heifer in the show. So I think it's close. Probably my second favorite one in this lineup is going to be the cow calf pair. They'll be reserved.
Congratulations to your reserve grand champion Kianina female, Maddie Smith. And good job to all of those Kianina exhibitors. Now we will get ready for the owned Main-Anjou female show. Class 1 and 2 need to be in the makeup area. Class 3 will be on deck. Just a reminder, all pictures will be after the selection of the Supreme Champion female. All Grand and Reserve photos will be after the selection of the Supreme female.
One second. Let him catch back up. All right, thank you.
Now entering the ring is Class 1, owned Main-Anjou females. These heifers were born from March to April in 2022.
We get an awful nice heifer that matriculates her way to the top end of this class. She's one that's really good looking from the profile. Boy, underneath that high quality hair coat, she's still built really level in her lines, very clean and extended. I like just the quality that she reads with and her head and neck, and then still a female that's impressive at this stage of the game to have that kind of maternal sweep to her belly line here. For me, if I could change her, I'd give her just a little bit more circumference of foot to disperse that weight from behind. Still think that her angles read really good. Just want to like to make her just a little stouter at the ground. Close decision for me after that. I think there's a lot of different things you could do. I probably like just the stoutness of bone and the lateness of maturity of the heifer that comes in second better than the cattle that stand directly behind her. You know, relative to our winner, she's probably not quite as flexible in her spine. She's not as soft in her flank, but I think with some time, I think that heifer is going to be an awfully impressive bred female. Female that comes in third is deep-sided, really long and extended up through her front end, and she certainly catches her step every time. She's got a little extra set built into her hock, and she wants to pull in at the point of her hock when we get behind the cattle. Those two things in concert maybe make her look a little unorganized on the go. Heifer that comes in four is moderate frame. She's got enough depth and fullness there to her heart. I think she's still pretty loose and flexible in her spine. She reads just a little shallow in her jawline and tight in her throat latch. Consequently, she kind of reads the same way through her flank and her twist, which maybe compromises her balance. Then we complete the class, the big frame, extended female that pulls together a strong top line. I'd like to see this heifer just bigger footed and looser structured. Probably could give her maybe just a nickel more flank to accommodate her added size.
Placings in Class 1 Main-Anjou heifers. First place goes to Harley Groom. Second place goes to Kirsten Hesselmeyer. Third place goes to Melody Perelski. Fourth place goes to Melody Perelski. And fifth place goes to Tyler Marburger. Now entering the ring is Class 2 owned Main-Anjou females born January to February 2022.
We really got a balanced, refined replacement to start this class. I think a heifer that from the profile, hard to miss. You kind of naturally gravitate towards her because she's really strong in her top. Got some extra sweep to her bottom line there. That gives her a lot of mating versatility. There's plenty of bulls in this breed that are equipped with power to complement this female with, and she's the one that really can strike a pose. She got a little extra set built into her hock, and maybe we could spread her wider as we meet the surface, but that's an awful good one to get started with. The heifer that comes in second, emulate some of the features that I like about my class winner. She may actually have a little bit more bend and curvature built into her forearm and knee than my winner. Kind of comes with the territory of her maybe being a little lower fronted, but I like the feet and legs and the running gear of that particular heifer. She's maybe got just a dab more shoulder relative to being flatter at the base of her forearm. Like to see that heifer maybe just a little bit sleeker up through her front end. From then on down, I thought I got a little tough. I think the black heifer that comes in third, it's got the body, the moderation, and the structure that I'm after. I just wish we could stretch her out. And her head reads just a little quicker and earlier in maturity pattern. A female maybe that we can make more durable in her foot design. Black and white heifer that comes in four, very sleek and elegant in terms of her image here from the side. Very slim neck. Certainly appreciate the fact that she's long and extended. I don't know her pedigree, but she struck me as almost being out of a first calf heifer because she read just a little bit more refined in her foot and bone work there at the ground, just like to complement her a little bit more power. Thought pretty hard about moving this kind of black heifer the young man heifer has up for a little higher because stopped and parked, boy, she can really strike a pose. I think that heifer's long and extended. She's got enough depth to her midrib. She's got some dimension we get behind her. I just like to see her piece herself together in a more collected fashion. Heifer maybe gets a little tight in her heart and her flank. She's low in her pin set and got a little extra set built into a hock that wants to pull in when we study her from behind. Heifer, the close of the class, got a tremendous amount of muscle, and that heifer is really long-sided, strong top. Certainly like the length and extension she's got up front. Got a tendency to maybe get just a little stiff in the way she hits the ground. I'd like to see her maybe longer muscled and bigger footed to match all that extra dimension that she has up high.
Placings in Class 2 Main-Anjou females. First place goes to Sarah Rempel. Second place goes to Sarah Rempel. Third place goes to Hadley Perelski. Fourth place goes to Jenna Hoffman. Fifth place goes to Zachary Casas. And sixth place goes to Hayden Smith. Now entering the ring is Class 3. These females were born October to November 2021.
Another great class of Main-Anjou cattle out here. The heifer that wins really got just a sleek look here from the profile. I admire just how feminine her head and neck is shaped. A female that's really long-sided, still pulls together a strong top line. I think for this stage of the, just where she's at from a condition standpoint and maturity, she's got more than enough body. I like the length and the stretch of her muscle system. I read it to be very feminine and ladylike. We could probably give her just a little bit more fluidity in terms of the way she uses her knee and hock. I think that's getting pretty critical of heifer that wins this class awfully easy. Heifer that comes in second's got some things that I really admire. Boy, that heifer is opened up, a wide skeleton heifer that's pretty bulky in terms of the spring to her rib cage and got a lot of dimension we get behind the cattle. Stopped and parked from the side, she can still put herself together with a really striking look. Just on the go, she maybe falls out of balance a little bit. She's got a tendency to drop her pin set, pull her hind leg up underneath her. It's at that view that she maybe looks a little out of balance from chest to flank. Heifer that comes in third is a little further along in terms of depth of body. I like the spring and the sweep that she's got to her midrib there. Heifer that's still really nice in terms of her neck attachment and laid back in the angle to her shoulder blade. All these things I think are conducive to that heifer being very impressive as a bred. I just hope she's got enough gas left in the tank. She reads just a little quicker in her maturity pattern. Maybe a heifer we could see spread her rear toe with more durability and substance. Heifer that comes next in the forehole is moderate frame, bold bodied, dimensional, and still catches her step every time. I really like those attributes about her. She's probably just not quite the show heifer up front as the cattle that stand in front of her. Although I think she's going to be an excellent cow. On the end of a halter, she reads a little bit more generic about her head and neck, maybe just a little quicker in her maturity pattern. Female that comes next, the baldy heifer. Boy, this one is just so low maintenance in terms of her image. She's really easy fleshing. She's big bodied. She's practical. I think she's got all the hallmarks to be even better kicked out on grass. But maybe a heifer that reads a little rounder and a little plainer in her image, probably not as stout and as authoritative in the set to her hind leg as some of her contemporaries. Young man's a heifer that comes next, very cool up through her front end. I like the strength of top that she has. She's given up some power compared to her contemporaries, getting a little longer in her rear toe, and obviously at a mass deficit. We conclude the class with a really sound structured, big boned heifer that catches her step every time. I think that heifer's got quite a bit of good to her in terms of length of body. I just like to give her more body to accommodate that added frame and stretch and help her stay in balance as we study from the side.
Placings in Class 3. First place went to Avery Fincher. Second place went to Addison Sobchak. Third place went to Sarah Lotta. Fourth place, Matthew Payne. Fifth place, Jenna Ann Hoffman. Sixth place, Tyler Marburger. And seventh place, Madison Pruitt. Now entering the ring is Class 4. These heifers were born July through August 2021.
Gotta watch it. I don't want to catch it. Back pocket. Watch it. You're gonna go get the keys there. I would always say that. I checked the group.
I think we got an awful big time heifer to win this class, and I'll try to be brief on her, but I really want to brag on some of the antagonisms that she has. A female that's just so bold and dense in terms of her rib design, got that cylinder rib cage that I'm after, but still just awesome in her hind leg. Flexibility in her hind leg is awesome from the profile, but she still stays within herself. It's tough to build and equip cattle with this kind of power and dimension and still have them track away with that kind of a width and inside their skeleton. Very sleek in terms of her head and neck. She's not the sappiest belly, but I think that's kind of the trade-off. If you want rib shape, you're probably going to give up a little bit of depth. I think she's the type that looks like she's really going to generate on account of all the power that she has when we get behind the cattle. Still built right in terms of her structure. Heifer that comes in second can run with our class winner just in terms of dimension. From the rear shot, which is my favorite angle of this heifer, she showcases a little bit more foot and bone than our class winner. I like that about her. Dial around to the front, and that's where she's a little bit more problematic. She sets them a little excessive in terms of her frontal base width. I think the genesis of this issue is she's a little broad in terms of the floor of her sternum and through her lower shoulder. Heifer that closes the class, a female that may have a little bit more stature. She's also a little taller fronted and reads more proportional in her height to length ratio. I value that about that particular heifer. The female's got a little extra set built into her hock. It's got a tendency to duck her pins on the go. She ties up a little higher in her flank and her twist line. I'd still like to see her just a little smoother in the way she connects her shoulder up front.
Placings in Class 4, first place went to Kennedy Kaufman, second place went to Michael Roman, and third place went to Cutter Blassen. Now entering the ring is Class 5. These females were born May to June 2021. Those of you in the back, Class 6, you need to be making your way to the makeup area, as well as Class 7. After the selection of the Grand and Reserve Champion Main-Anjou female, we will be bringing back all Grands and Reserves, bred and owned and owned, for the selection of the Supreme Champion female, and then we will take all of the backdrop photos.
Aiden, bring her up. Run her back up. Hang on.
We had a close call up top here. I think you could certainly justify going either way. I'm always interested in thinking which one of these females would maybe have the most profound impact on a breeding program. I think the heifer that wins, just her power certainly lends her credibility to that title in this particular class. She's certainly the most robust in the turn to her rib cage, biggest hip, most dimensional we get behind the cattle. She portrays power at every single view, and still pretty awfully good in terms of the way that her shoulder blends into her forerib for being a heifer that's on the edge in terms of dimension. Now, as you might anticipate, like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of muscle, she's not the most agile. It's the most evident is the way that she goes from behind. She's got a tendency to break in her loin, just get a little stiff in terms of her hip and hind leg. The heifer that's incrementally sounder stands in second. She does use her hock with more flex and bend. I think she also has got a little bit more curvature built into her knee, although maybe we could still dial her back a little bit in the angle to her shoulder up front. I do like this heifer for being longer and more maternal in her muscle pattern. For me, she reads just a little quicker up through her head and neck. Already starting to deposit a little extra white tissue around her chest and through her tail head there. Even though I think she's the structural upgrade, we still probably could fix her pasture to make her a little bit more durable in her foot size. But I do like her length of muscle, the body, and she is sounder than the heifer I elected to lead off with. Heifer that comes in third's got some really intriguing pieces. She's one that's so stout in her hind leg. That's the feature that first enamored me about this heifer. But as we studied her from there on, she's actually pretty long up through her front end. Maybe could be more feminine in shape, but she's long fronted. An extended bodied heifer there that's certainly strong in her top line. For caking up with a little extra condition in her tail head, I think she's pretty modest in terms of the depth to her flank. She maybe's out of balance relative to where her chest line sits in her there. I'd like to see that heifer maybe just a little leveler from hooks to pins. The female that comes next, stopped and parked. Boy, she's the one I was tempted to use because she's so neat in her neck attachment. I like the extra depth and fill she's got to her heart, and that sets her bottom line up to balance more in concert than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I just couldn't convince myself she was just durable enough at the ground. She gets a little small in her foot size. Consequently, she doesn't use her rear joints with quite as much flex. She's got a tendency to break down in her loin and kick up to her tail head when the cattle tempo up on the lead. The baldy heifer that follows her is another stout-featured replacement. Heifer that's actually really got a lot of slope to an angle to her shoulder. I admire her for that. I like the foot size, the toughness that she's got in the outside of her hoof wall. A female that reads awfully green out here, and maybe as a consequence, she's not only ties up a little tight in her twist in her flank, doesn't blend quite as smooth from her shoulder into her forerib. Maybe a little bit more time on feet, buddy. I think that heifer could move up in this class in a hurry. We complete the class with a long, extended female, one that's got quite a bit of muscularity. So we studied the cattle up high, and she's long and extended up through her front end as well. Heifer that reads a little bit more cylinder in her bottom line. Like to see her just more practical in terms of her rib and structure.
Placings in Class 5. First place went to Pecos Worrell. Second place went to Addison Soapcheck. Third place went to Caden Schmidt. Fourth place went to Hadley Perelski. Fifth place went to Carson Macklin. And sixth place went to Jaron Wright. Now entering the ring is class number 6. These females were born March to April of 2021.
Edison, Edison, Edison. Edison. Family.
Attention in the barn. If you were a grand or reserve in either the bred and owned or any of the owned shows today, if you would like to start making your way up to the makeup area, the second to last class of Main-Anjou females is in the ring right now. Following that selection, we will go right into the Supreme Drive. So if you were a grand or reserve, bred and owned or owned show yesterday or today, please be making your way to the makeup area to line up for the Supreme Drive. Grands and reserves that we are looking for from yesterday. Bred known maintainer is Maddox McCullum and Kennedy Kaufman. The bred known high is Sarah Rimpel and Kirsten Hesselmeyer. And bred known keys, we need Brianna Jones and Reese Schwab. Composite keys, we'll need Reed Stringer and Avery Fincher. And so owned maintainers, Maddox McCullum and Reed Stringer. Owned keys, Maddox McCullum and Maddie Smith. And when we get ready to line up for the Supreme, the reserves, we will keep you in the makeup area, and then you will go in if your respective winner is selected.
I apologize for taking just a little bit more time out here. Boy, this is just a remarkable trio of heifers. And we've got kind of dealer's choice up there. You can kind of take anything that you like and certainly be justified for it. I think the heifer I landed on, I'll be honest with you, if I was just going to take one home and try to make a donor cow out of him, this would be the one I'd land on. She is an absolute tank. I mean, she's so impressive to just be so bold and burly and opened up. And then she's still like a long bodied heifer that's strong in her top line, very composed in the way she organizes herself here from the profile. You know, her neck's a little thicker, but it really comes high out of the top side of her shoulder and get behind the cattle. That is without question the most powerful dimensional female we've seen all day, and it still stays within her framework as she tracks away. That heifer, I think, is really going to make a big impact in terms of what she can do as a donor cow. Now, the end of a halter, she's a little thicker neck. She's got maybe wearing a little bit more condition on her just over her tailhead and through her chest. Actually, from her shoulder over rib cage, she reads pretty lean to me. It's just maybe she's got a little bit more white tissue on her just in those two different areas. But awful good one to get started with here. I almost landed on the heifer the second because I thought she was the compromise. She has the power that I like about my class winner, but probably just a little bit more sleek. That heifer's height to length ratio is maybe the most proportional of any of the cattle we've seen out here today. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She's big, square footed. She uses her hind leg with more reach than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I like that about her. Chest to flank, we could probably balance her up just a fraction better. Maybe like our winner could see her just a little smoother at the point of her shoulder, but she's an awful good one to stand in that 2-hole here. Heifer that comes in third might give them all they want later on. I probably like condition-wise where this one is. She's the most feminine. The shape to her head and neck. I think that the angle or the lay of her shoulder blade is the most seamless, the way that it transitions back into her forerib. For me, maybe from her midrib back, she wants to run out of gas just a little bit. I think probably as a big, heavy bred, that heifer could move up and win this class pretty handily. She's got a bright future to her. Just maybe couldn't convince myself she had enough to get around that big-time top pair. Cattle that heifer that stands here in the 4-hole is bold-bodied, big hip, dimensional, and really long fronted. I think we complement her with a Maine Angus bull or an Angus sire. Boy, she could really click because she's got the power and the look to really make an impact on the next generation. I read her a little stilty in the angle to her shoulder. Maybe the same story to her hock as you might anticipate. We maybe could give her more body for the long-headed heifer to probably balance up just perfectly here from the profile. Young man's heifer that comes next, one that I certainly like the depth of body that she has. She's easy keeping, big-footed. Just like to see her a little plainer up to her front end. Heifer that follows hers, really a dimensional heifer that we could see structurally just a little better. I like the heifer there in the last one that certainly very sleek and feminine in terms of her make. Just like to see her bigger-footed and maybe a little bit more powerful.
Now entering the ring is the last class for the day, class number 7. These females are born January to February of 2021. And placings for class 6. First place went to Kennedy Brogdon. Second place, Kennedy Kaufman. Third place, Maddie Jenkins. Fourth place, Melody Perelski. Fifth place, Zane Wilson. Sixth place, Tracer Cruzel. And seventh place, Ruthie Wright. Second place exhibitors in your classes for the owned Main-Anjou show, you need to be in the makeup area. We are getting ready to send in animals for the grand drive, so hop on up here. Otherwise, we will send them in without you. So, second place, please make your way to the makeup area. We are fixing to bring in the grand drive.
We got a contrasting pair of cattle out here. I landed on the young lady's heifer. Although she's more modern in her make, I still think she's accomplished or achieved a higher weight per day of age. I think this is primarily due to the fact that she's just bolder bodied and more dimensional when we get behind the cattle. She portrays more power throughout her skeleton, which I think is certainly the fact that she's just wider gauged at the ground. Probably like you might anticipate, like many cattle that push the envelope for power, she's maybe a little bit more masculine in her crest. I think she could maybe be a little bit more maternal in the sweep to her bottom line and the set and the feature to her hock there as well. Heifer that comes in second is a little bit more feminine. She's the taller fronted heifer that balances up with a more symmetrical height to length ratio. I value that about that particular female. Young man, you've done a great job getting a high quality hair coat on this heifer for this time of the summer. I can tell you've been working really hard. I get behind the cattle. I just wish we could amp her up a little bit in terms of power. She got a tendency to close from hooks to pins. She pulls in at her hock. Probably one I'd like to selectively mate to a powerful Main-Anjou just bull to open her up.
Congratulations to those exhibitors in Class 7. First place went to Annabelle Groom, and second place went to Kyle Stedham. Now entering the ring will be the grand and reserve, or the selection for your grand and reserve grand champion Main-Anjou females. All first and seconds, you need to be in the makeup area. We are fixing to head in. Now entering the ring are all of our first place finishers from the classes of the own female show. First in class 1 was Harley Groom. First in class 2 was Sarah Rimpel. First in class 3, Avery Fincher. First in class 4, Kennedy Kaufman. First in class 5, Pecos Worrell. First in class 6, Kennedy Brogdon. And first in class 7 was Annabelle Groom. Vying for contention as reserve were seconds in those respective classes. Class 1 second was Kirsten Hesselmeyer. Class 2 second was Sarah Rimpel. Class 3 second was Addison Sopchek. Class 4 second was Michael Roman. Class 5 second was Addison Sopchek. Class 6 second was Kennedy Kaufman. And Class 7 second place went to Kyle Stedham. While these females come into the ring, we would like to thank our sponsors of this year's state show. Thank you to Travis Kaufman family, Quality Implements, McCullum Cattle, Richland Farms South, Hydrostat, Hawes Cattle Company, Foster Brothers Farms, Triple S Construction, Kukendall Cattle, Kenco Miniature Herefords, Athens Tractor Equipment, Scott's Crossing Farm Store, 212 Livestock Products, JS Dozer Service, Schrick Land and Cattle, Glen Rose Family, Tracer Mineral, Boyce Brothers, JL Paving LLC, MS Cattle Company, H4 Show Cattle, West Hardy Foundation, 7X Cattle, Clark Cattle Company, Sullivan Show Supply, Buck Cattle Company, Joey and Brenda Fambro, Cromwell Cattle Company, Swope Land and Cattle, Jerry Harrell Family, Rimpel Show Cattle, Tony and Brandy Jeffs, BGR Livestock, Dee Dee and Jessica Wright, Jason and Kristen Searles, the Barton Family, Chick-fil-A Waxahachie, Katz Construction, Shag Secrets, Jackson Cattle Company, Dust to Diamonds, Los Primos Glenrose, Texas, NRS, Rap Family, the Ken Saval family, Earthscapes of Texas, and the Soapcheck family. Let's give all of those tremendous sponsors a round of applause. We would also like to take this time to thank our show organizers. If you get a chance to see these folks, they're all kind of milling around ringside, busy working and making sure that everything goes off without a hitch. Be sure to say thank you to them as well. Doug and Tammy McCullum, Aaron and Darcy Boyce, Sandra Seifert, and Travis Kaufman. It takes a lot of people to make these type of things go, but there's a few that kind of have to steer the boat. So make sure that you thank all of these folks, and let's also give them a round of applause for their hard work in making sure this Texas State Show happens each year.
Well, an outstanding set of cattle out here that are vying for our champion honors. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these kids a big round of applause. Hey, you guys have been just an excellent crowd. I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody showing up here today. You know, these kids, it just they're pulled so many different directions these days with sports, and they just like they can do so many different events, and lots of times these sports now are kind of year round, and it takes a lot of effort and a lot of work to show these cattle. It's such a time consuming event. The fact that you guys are here to support these young people really means a lot to me, and I certainly appreciate you being here. It's been an excellent set of kids, and just a world class cattle show, and some Main-Anjou females out here that I think have got very promising futures. Not only what they can accomplish in the show ring in terms of what their career may look like, but we've got a couple of females out here that I think could be big time donors that could leave a mark on this particular breed. There's a pair of them that I like awfully well. I was bragged them both up a lot in class because I think they're really elite breed representatives. They're not cut from the same mold. But I think they're both awfully good. The first one, the young lady's a kind of summer-born heifer right here. This female, to me, has just got such an elegant look from the profile. I talked about just her height to length ratio being so proportional. Young lady done a great job of getting that fresh hair coat on her. And for a heifer that's got some pin width, I really like that her muscle system lays onto her body in a long and smooth fashion. From a Cavanese perspective, I appreciate that she's smoother shouldered and still a big pinned heifer in terms of projecting and forecasting what we're going to see moving forward in that heifer. Her hind leg is elite. It's flexible. It's attractive. She uses it with quite a bit of conviction when we get the cattle here on the go. For being spread wide at her pin, she still stays within her framework awfully well. She's a little bit more immature in terms of her bottom line. That probably doesn't bother me as much. I think when she bellies down as a bred, she's going to be that much more impressive. If I could change her, I think I'd like to stouten the feature up to her jawline. And like a lot of cattle, to achieve the height of shoulder that she's got, we maybe got her tip just a fraction forward in her shoulder and knee, but still think that's a very elite structured female that's presented just 12 o'clock out here today. The other heifer is this kind of white flanked heifer here, and I mean to tell you, this thing has just got donor cow written all over it. I think she's one of those females that when you go home and get her in production, she could make a rapid genetic progress in the breed because she's so stout and powerful in terms of her hind leg design. I just can't get past how long-bodied she is, and still to be that deep. Generally, make cattle deep, we just make them short. We make cattle wide, we want to make them short. This heifer is long and extended in her length of body, still got plenty of depth. And then we make cattle that are long and deep. They're generally weak-topped, and this heifer pulls together such a strong top line. She's in a league of her own in terms of muscle. She's almost got a groove down her top, and is by far the most powerful heifer of the show that we've seen when we get behind her. Her udder design and her teats are still square. You know, I talked about her maybe wearing a little bit more condition down there in her chest and her tail head. She's probably just not as agile on the go as the other heifer. But I think when you consider the fact that, I always like to think of structure as kind of like a sliding scale. If I'm going to the NFL draft combine, I don't expect a 300-pound lineman to run the same 40 time as a 180-pound cornerback. I'd much rather maybe have one of them linemen on my football team that's got that kind of power and still really fast and agile for their weight. So I think this heifer is one we could loosen up just a shade in terms of structure. But I think relative to the world, all the power that she has, that's still a very, very good structured heifer. So we could smoothen her up a little bit. We could probably tone her back just a little bit just in terms of condition and the floor of her chest. So awesome pair of them out here. You go either way. My favorite's the show heifer today. She's going to be our champion. This one over here will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your grand champion Main-Anjou female goes to Kennedy Kaufman, and your reserve grand champion female goes to Kennedy Brogdon. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Slow clap. Next up will be the selection of your supreme champion overall of all breeds here at the stage show this weekend. No pressure, John. Any Texas Main-Anjou or Kianina officers that are not showing in this grand drive, we could probably use a little help out here in the ring. So any Texas Main or Key officers who are not showing in the grand drive, if you could make your way to the show ring and help us with a little ring help, that would be appreciated.
Hey, smile. You gotta walk in front of the camera. Smile.
Kellen, run grab me a bottle of water, please.
Yeah. It's like the Dripzilla.
It ain't. It's a mic. Get away.
But that's only 3 of them. Ready? Let's go.
So your first red nose, the other one's one and one if you throw in the second.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep. All right, good to go.
Now entering the ring for our supreme selection. First in is your champion bred-and-owned Main-Anjou female, exhibited by Sarah Rimpel. Next up is your bred-and-owned champion key female, Brianna Jones. Your composite key female is exhibited by Reed Stringer. Your bred-and-owned maintainer female is exhibited by bred-and-owned and owned champion maintainer female is exhibited by Maddox McCullum. Your champion-owned Kianina female is also exhibited by Maddox McCullum. And your champion Main-Anjou female went to Kennedy Kaufman.
Well, top to bottom, this has been an outstanding lineup of cattle. Really impressive, a supreme lineup out here. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these kids one more time. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to come out here and get to work with your young people. I've had an absolute blast. Today's about the kids, and I've really enjoyed getting to talk with the kids. And show's been going at a nice pace here. Where it afforded me a chance to get to discuss with every one of these youngsters and get to have a good time and try to joke around with them a little bit out here. I think that as much work as these kids have put in, they deserve all the admiration that we certainly can provide them, because they've obviously put in just a tremendous amount of effort and work into these cattle. And I think right now you look at where these young people are at relative to probably their contemporaries at school. You look at maybe some of the issues that we have in the world today. If these kids take the lessons that they've learned in terms of hard work and showing up on time, being dependable, being able to win, being able to lose, and they apply that to their given career field, they're going to have the world by the tail, because we have a lack of people in this country that can do the basic skills that they're doing every single day out here. And so my hat's off to these kids. I cannot compliment them enough for what they've been able to do. It's been a world-class show. We just talk about our class winners, our division winners here again. I'll tell you that there's really no wrong answer. This is kind of like one of those situations. If you're sitting somewhere and somebody says, hey, I'm going to run to Bluebell and buy you some ice cream, whether they come back with cookie dough or Oreo cookie, it's probably going to be a good day. You can't go wrong with a free Bluebell ice cream, and you probably can't go wrong with any of these heifers out here. They're awfully good. They maybe just represent some different flavors, and it probably depends on what your priorities are at. So we talked about a couple of these bred-known heifers. Heifer the Wind's our first division here, bred-known calf. She's got a striking look from the side. I like the maternal sweep that she's got to her rib cage there. Probably not just as far along in terms of power, but boy, she's got a good future in front of her. Still really optimistic. The second bred-known heifer we got out here, boy, that's a big bone, stout-legged heifer that catches her step. Appreciate that about her. The shape to her head maybe could be a little bit more ladylike. I think she maybe tucks up in her flank and her twist line ever so slightly, which compromises her balance. But boy, that's a stout, opened up wide heifer that can really motor. Big fan of the heifer that wins our low-key division here. It's really impressive the way this young man's got her managed. She's awfully hairy, but even underneath that high-quality hair coat, she's got a lot of arc to her upper rib cage. The spring and robust turn that she starts in her forerib is certainly emblematic of the power that she portrays from their back. Still very flexible in terms of the way that she goes out of her hind leg. We could stouten the feature up to her jawline. Probably just like to make her a little bit more durable in her foot shape and a little bit deeper in her heel. But boy, that one can really strike a nice pose here from the profile. The Shorthorn influenced heifer that wins our maintainer division just bounces up so symmetrical here from the side. I like the strength atop that she has, the levelness of lines. I think that heifer is one that's really hard to pick a major hole in from the side. We get in front of the cattle. I really admire how her knee and her forearm drops really square out of the bottom side of her sternum, and that's why her shoulder fits into her body cavity in such a smooth fashion. But she doesn't quite follow suit from behind. She reads maybe just a little bit narrower in her pin set. Maybe a heifer we can make just a little later maturing as an individual. Big fan of the heifer that wins our key division here. She's one that isn't blessed with quite as much hair, but probably doesn't need it because she's naturally just so long and extended up through her front end. I really like the condition this heifer's in. I think she's the leanest heifer out here in the lineup and still just equipped with so much natural depth and sweep to the bottom part of her rib design. The set to her hind leg is very functional. I appreciate that heifer for actually spreading some width there at her pin set and having plenty of dimension when we get behind the cattle. She's 12 o'clock for me in terms of condition. I like cattle lean, and I think particularly as long of a race as these cattle got left to run in terms of the majors, she's probably on target. Now, since she's not as hairy as some of these other cattle, her bottom line probably doesn't balance up quite as nice. Her heart into her chest, she probably could be just a little deeper in her flank. I think that heifer set to her shoulder and knee is really impressive considering she's tall fronted, and I like that she's really sleek but still got some depth to her jaw and reads like she's going to be an awfully nice cow. Heifer that wins the high main division. boy, this one's really impressive. I talked about just how impressive her hind leg was, and particularly considering just how big and square her pin set is. And I like that she stretches her muscle system onto her skeleton and her framework in a long, smooth, feminine fashion, does not impede her structural correctness. For being that opened up from behind, her hind leg still stays within her awfully well. Young lady's done a phenomenal job in terms of the hair coat of this heifer. She's not as far along as you might anticipate for a summer-born heifer. For me, her chest still fits into her heart very symmetrically there. I think her best days are going to be ahead of her when she bellies down as a bred. As I mentioned before in division, we could stouten her up just a fraction, and the feature to her jawline, we could probably tone her back just a little bit in the set to her knees. So excellent lineup of cattle out here, folks. There's no right or wrong answer. It's just going to come down to personal preference. I'm going to give them one more look and go select the two I like the best. Thanks again for everybody having me out here today.
Your Supreme Champion overall female goes to Maddox McCullum. Pulling into contention will be the reserve key, Maddie Smith. And your reserve overall Supreme female is your champion Maine-Anjou, and that is Kennedy Kaufman. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors on a wonderful show. And all champion and reserves, please go ahead and get in line for a picture with your awards. All champion and reserves in your respective divisions, go ahead and get in line for your photo, please.